Hey, all right. Well, welcome back to the art studio with Al. Oh, I need to get my mic in place. I probably sound horrible right now. That probably sounds a lot, a lot better. I'm thinking. Get it out of the camera shot. Running a little late this morning. Getting started. Okay, that's what this is about, right? So I hope everybody's having a pretty good Friday so far. Start of the weekend. I hope everybody has a lot of fun stuff planned. Um, I plan on getting hopefully a lot of painting done. I want to get this commission done pretty soon because there's some other projects I want to start and I want to share with you guys. There we go. Ooh, I probably should have swapped out my palette last time, but that's okay. You're going to see me add water to it. So those of you that don't know what a wet palette is just basically it's for acrylic paints. Um, it's to keep paints from drying out. It's not hence the name wet palette, but basically it's just a sponge with a special type of paper, which honestly is just parchment paper that the water soaks through and it keeps the acrylics nice and damp. I would say moist, but I know some people hate that word. I want to test something right now. Well, it's probably just me in here. Yeah, this one sounds fun. Gonna throw a bomb at my face. See if this viewer attack's working. Oh no! Oh, three, two, no, no! Ow. That's fun. Finish my coffee. Okay. So as we last left off, I've been doing a lot of detail work on some of these sisters. Two of them are pretty close to being done. I will say that. We got a little bit more work to do on this one. Now that I look at it, probably a lot more work. I'll be working on her to start off with today. Making sure I got a proper setup. This one's close. I do have some work to do on the base. This one needs a little bit of love. So we're gonna start off with let me get a good solid. I want a good green to go for her grenade, and that's where I need to start. She's got enough red on her. I was thinking about painting the grenade red, but I'm like, you know what? She needs something that'll make it stick out. Mm. Olive green. Olive green's good, I think. This is olive green from Vallejo, which it's really funny because I was in a conversation the other day about one of the artists that really inspired me growing up, and that was Boris Vallejo, which he did a lot of. You know him. He did the National Lampoons, VHS covers. He did a lot of album covers, especially Ozzy Osbourne. A lot of heavy metal albums in the '80s. Boris Vallejo did. He did. he has a very unique style. Like if you look him up and you see one of his posters or any of his artwork, you're you're gonna recognize him because he's got a very unique style. He did the covers for a lot of Battlefield Earth, the Battlefield Earth novels, and a lot of their art. But I don't know. It was just like a brain fart moment that I never put together Vallejo for these paints and him, and that he had a lot to do with his company, and I felt like totally stupid. I was like, I love Vallejo paints, I love Boris Vallejo, but I never put two and two together up until this week using the old vortex mixer. You might hear some strange vibration noises or something like that. This thing's awesome. I compliment it every stream that I do, just because it saves a lot of doing that. All right, so this olive green's gonna come in. Just need a little, and let's see. I'm gonna pull out the. It's really funny because I talked to a lot of Japanese artists on the twits or the twitters, and they're talking about how hard it is to keep the label on the Volks brushes because this is a very soft wood, and I'm starting to see it because the numbers starting to come off already. I might borrow a wood burner and like burn the brush number into the wood or something because it's yeah, it's a very soft, pliable wood. It's very nice. I mean, it's very comfortable, but man, after a while, I bet. Bring the good distilled water here. All right, get a little bit of the paint. Hello, Mr. Ant. What are you doing on my board? All right, we're gonna get some paint down on the grenade. So something I'm gonna probably post in the community is I had a partners meeting yesterday, yeah, Thursday, yesterday. Very productive one. A lot of interesting projects coming down the pipe for the channel. I'm very excited about. Uh, I used to do a talk show with the Forever DMs called Shooting the Crit. I loved it. It was great. It was just kind of a talk show where DMs got together and we discussed just kind of our love for gaming, and we answered questions from the audience about things they'd like, a panel of DMs to answer how we handled things in game, everything. It was really fun. Really enjoyed doing it, and eventually we just kind of slacked off and stopped doing it. But talking with my partner, board game boss, yesterday, we kind of decided that we want to bring that back. So we might be resurrecting that D&D talk show on my channel one night. Uh, it might be a once a month thing. It might end up being a once a week thing, or every other week. We haven't determined yet, but I'm very excited the fact that it might be coming back. So one of my favorite things to do is just talk about D&D. Paint minis and talk about D&D. I'll do that all day long. And when I say D&D is like because I was talking to someone the other day, like, oh, you just play D&D? No, I do not just play D&D. I've got a general love, well, salute, general love for any type of tabletop RPG. D&D, Call of Cthulhu, Rifts, GURPS, anything like that. Very, very big fan. That's actually what started my love affair for painting minis. Was painting my very first D&D minis back when I played. Those of you listening might hear a change up in music today. Usually, I'm listening to a lot of heavy metal and rock, and I don't know, just I'm in a little bit of a nostalgia mood today. Decided to turn on some of the oldies music I grew up to. While I've got this green on the palette, I think I'm going to go through and see if any more of these girls have any more grenades on them. I'm going to just go ahead and pop out these grenades. Oh, she's got a crack one. Okay, the playlist I chose was the best of the 80s. Why is it playing Goo Goo Dolls, The Iris? Come on now. That's not, I mean, it's a good song, but that's not 80s. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. We're just painting sisters today. Right now I'm working on grenades. Mm-hmm. Even if you're at work and you're listening, at least I got some good tunes for you to listen to. You can hear me talk about model painting. There we go. She got a grenade. Yeah, I had a lot of fun at the production meeting yesterday with Board Game Boss, talking about a lot of projects coming down the pipe, as it were. One of the things we're working on is I'm going to start doing graphic design for some of his upcoming projects. Which those of you that don't know, Board Game Boss and I are kind of partnered in this whole endeavor. Board Game Boss is a one-stop 3D printing company that does a lot of hence the name Board Game Boss. A lot of board game related materials. Neat little organizers, minis, like anything you need for your board games. Board Game Boss has on it. Stop by their webpage. Link is in my about section. If you sign up for their newsletter, you get 15% off their first order. But we're working on a lot of interesting projects. One of the things I'm going to be working on is he wants to do these handout giveaways for anybody that buys from his company. Like you order something, you get like a nice little index card with a handout. And those that play D&D, we're working on cheat sheet handouts. Like he's working on one right now with if you order from him, it's going to have everything you can do in a round. Like it's got bonus action, basically your action economy for D&D. So it's like a neat little cheat sheet if you're new. And I'm going to start working on one. Actually, I started yesterday. I'm working on one where it's going to be a cheat sheet that's a handout for conditions because that's always one of the biggest things with playing Dungeons and Dragons, especially with 5e. That's the most confusing is people like, oh, well, okay, I'm restrained. What can I or can't I do? So that's very interesting to work with, and I'm hoping it turns out good, or at least somewhat decent. But also, Board Game Boss and myself, we're shopping around for an editor. If anyone knows somebody that works pretty much for dirt cheap to start off with, someone that can edit social media videos, because there's a lot of stuff I like doing for this. I don't mind doing the graphic design work. I don't mind editing pictures. I don't mind throwing something in GIF, or well, those that follow me on Twitter, any social media, notice I really don't mind editing pictures of Al or myself doing silly stuff. But like when it comes to editing videos and putting together, I can't stand it. I mean, I'll do it, but I'm not very good at it, which is really funny because I'm the big stickler about repetition is key. Dare to suck. You get better the more you do. Oh, it's such a good song. Such a good song. It's really funny because this is a song I used. Speaking of editing videos, this is a song I used for my wet palette or my dry palette tutorial video that is up on my YouTube. I want to do a very vibrant green for these grenades coming up, or not a green, but I've already done a green. I want to do like a vibrant red, like a red that's really gonna pop out. Let's see what we got in the old art box. Let's see. You know what? Take that back. I wonder how that would look. Right. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. Let's see. How old is this paint? Does it need a little love? Might need a little love. Probably could use it. And what I mean by love, a few drops of flow improver. Vortex mixer. It's really funny. I went back and watched some of the old videos. Well, old videos. The videos I did last week. And it's really funny to watch when I'm using the vortex mixer and I'm not talking, but Al's mouth is moving because the vortex mixer is setting off the mic. So, okay. Hmm. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. Ah! Don't leak. Don't leak. Stop. Bad paint. All right. So we're gonna paint some of these crack grenades, as they're called. Thing is, I'm probably punishing myself because I hate painting orange, and especially like any vibrant colors like this because they usually have to go on so many coats to get like an even coat. But too much paint. Actually, I had a private message after after my last stream, or our last painting stream. They're like, "Why do you keep putting stuff on your thumbnail?" And I'm like, "It's because I gotta get excess paint off before I put it on the mini." Oh, I do apologize if I'm sniffling a lot. I'm not crying. It's just still fighting this like sinus stuff. Hey, Abba. Ah, we're talking. It's probably weird aesthetic just coming to my stream and seeing all the dark like eldritch stuff, the background, the overlay, Al himself, and you just start hearing ABBA. My cat is scratching at my door. He cannot stand the idea that there is a barrier between me and him. He has to have access to everyone in the house at all times. Doesn't matter that Pups is working from home today and he can go bother her. No, Daddy is locked himself into a room talking to strangers and he hears it and he cannot stand it. I feel like my either I'm going crazy or my desk light is flickering. Be going crazy. Hmm. They have a lot more grenades than I thought they did. Yeah, whenever it comes down to Warhammer aesthetics, like a lot of people like to go really dark, really grim, try to go like the darker tactical gear and stuff like that. But I want to pick, I want when you're playing the game for people to be able to pick out from a distance what your model has. So like grenades and stuff like that, I want to paint it in like a different color than what's on the model. So like if I'm using a bunch of reds, I want like an orange or a very vibrant, like bright red for the grenades. That's gonna be good. I don't know how much you can see on it, but yeah, yeah, I'm looking in the camera. Yeah, you see how much it pops that orange for that grenade? Yeah, I mean, the I talk about the 3 foot rule. You want a mini to look good from at least 3 feet away, because very rarely is someone going to pick your mini up off the table when you're playing a game and be like, "Wow, look at that." They're gonna look at it. So like from a distance, even with the camera, you can tell, okay, that's an orange grenade on their butt. And once I get some wash and some like details to it, it's gonna look great. But yeah, how that sticks out, oh, I'm so happy with that. It looks good. But one thing I was talking about yesterday during our production meeting is I'm trying to come up with an idea of what we're doing here on the channel. And oh, I mean, I know what we're doing, but I want a fun name, like, because if those of you that know what a paint and sip is, hey Aspire, how you doing today? Um, I had the idea that I wanted to do kind of the gaming painting version of a paint and sip. And it's like how my partner at Board Game Boss is like, just advertises like, hey, you know what all those drunk white girls do? But a paint and sip is where people get together and they'll drink wine or alcoholic beverages and they'll like paint a painting in a public space. And I wanted to do minus the alcohol because we're on Twitch. I wanted to do the why are you saying good morning? You're in the other room. Punk Red Panda is pups. That is my spouse. Um, but yeah, I wanted to do like the nerdy Twitch equivalent of a paint and sip. So I've been calling it like an art meetup, which is what we used to call it back, in real life when we got together and had like painting nights. Um, so like I want to come up with a name for that kind of describes what it is, like something catchy like paint and sip. But I don't want to call it a paint and sip or a nerdy paint and sip because I don't want people to be like, especially as early as I do it, be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go paint minis with Al and get drunk at home. I mean, that in itself's kind of fun sounding actually. Paint and pint. That's a good one. I like that one. But yeah, the general idea that I've always had for this channel is I wanted um people to be able to come watch me if they watch me in chat, or if they wanted to come work on their own stuff, especially if they're new. Like whenever I paint, like someone called it a nerdy Bob Ross, and I'm like, yeah, that's right up the alley. That's exactly what I want to be. Like someone paint. I picture someone painting at home, painting alongside me, and if they have a question, they can pop in chat and ask me, like, hey, how would you do this? And I've got my paints, I got my minis. I can be like, oh, this is how I would do it, and I could show them on stream an example of what they're trying to do. That's my envision for what this I want this channel to be. Kind of an interactive teaching um in the moment. At least that's always the vision I've had for it. It's like if I can encourage anyone to pick up the hobby for the first time, as much as I love this hobby, as much as I love painting, and it's not just like minis. Like I love doing models. I'm going to do models on this channel too, especially some like anime garage kits. I think it would be really awesome. But being able to communicate and help people get into the hobby, that would be awesome. I don't care about the number of viewers, but like helping people, inspiring people, that's what I want to be able to do. That's what makes me happy. That's what makes me get up and want to do this each day. It's not the crippling loneliness of being a stay-at-home dad. Not at all. Just kidding. It's really funny. After the last paint meetup I had on Monday, painting, I was working on flesh tones, so I had a lot of buildup of paint because I was glazing a little bit. I had a lot of buildup of paint on my thumbnail by the end of it, and it just looked like a little mini palette. I had to go to the bathroom and wipe it all off. Mm. Oh wow, that's the second bot I've had this week. Okay, hold on, guys. It's only twice that that's happened. Taken care of. I had one when I was doing the sinking city the other day. I had to stop what I was doing and like take care of it. I've got the automated settings set up to where it's supposed to take care of that, but there's some queen. There we go. Oh, that threw me for a loop. They didn't say the second line of that. Oh, that bothers me. That bothers me so much. They didn't say the second line of that verse. I was so waiting for it too. Got blue balled on lyrics. Oh, let's see. Where's that silver? There we go. Polished silver. Speed paint. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Oop. Add a little, add a little silver to the thumb palette. One of the things is when Bohemian Rhapsody came out, which is a great doc musical movie. Pups and I, we were at God, it was, I want to say it was a Barnes and Noble or something, and the movie had just come out, and we look over, and it's I thought it was hard to find vinyl nowadays, which I have a record player, and we look over and we find the soundtrack to Bohemian Rhapsody on vinyl, and I was like, yeah, we're not leaving the store without that. Let's see. I need a lighter brown. So I have it with the speed paints. I should have a lighter brown. Dusk red. Fire Drake. Oh, those are orange. Those look like all oranges. There's warrior skin. You know what? Maybe? What browns do I have out already? Let's see. Peach flesh. Really funny. My second half of my like hobby desk is just paints that I've pulled out. Graveyard gray. Satchel brown. I used that on the set. I don't want to use that on the stock of the gun. I used that on all the leather so far. Black. Speed paint medium, war paint stabilizer. PG flesh. It's an experiment. Let's experiment. Let's try this out. I don't know how it's going to look on the gun. But let's try warrior flesh. It's a nice light brown. I wanted kind of like a little chestnutty for the grip of this gun, going a little Thompson, old school World War II vibe with this bolter. See how it turns out. Steppenwolf, really? Okay, I'm starting to like this playlist. So far, this Spotify playlist is supposed to be the best of the '80s. So far, it has not disappointed. I'm talking about music a lot during this stream, which is really sad because the way I've got it set up, it's not going to be recorded for the VOD. That way, I don't get a copyright strike, and the VOD gets muted. So it doesn't get recorded for the VOD, but you do hear the music live, which is what I wanted. Uh, so anyone that's watching this in the VOD later, I am sorry. However, you can see the music that's going to be playing because it's going to be recorded down on the left-hand side of the screen. So you do see what song and artist is playing at the time. So if you're watching the VOD and you're like, what song is that? Go look them up. Hmm. Okay. This might actually work. I'm going to take a couple of coats, or as I like to say in the miniature industry, two thin coats. Hey, Dark Mage. How you doing? Still working on these sisters aspirants, trying to get them done. Doing detail work now. Oh, there you go. New job. New jobs are always exciting. I hope it's something you're really looking forward to. There you go. Slow and steady. Well, that's a song I haven't heard forever. Cutting Crew. Okay, that looks better than I thought it was going to look. I kind of like that smoky, brown for that. I get a black wash on that to fill in the details. That'll look really good. Warrior skin. Who'd have thought? Be such a good brown. Might go ahead and start hitting any of the stocks and grips that I have on the other rifles while I got it on the brush. Let's see, what other stocks, other rifles. Mm, there we go. Crossbow. That'll work. Actually, I know where I want this warrior skin to go, and I think it'll look really good. Debating what I was going to use to do the wood on the staff, and I think this would look kind of sweet. Oh yeah, take a couple coats to get rid of the pale look, but I think yeah, I think this is the wood look I want to go for. Yeah, a little bit more on the palette. Really funny. I think when I'm humming, I think Al's mouth moves, and I think that's probably hilarious. One thing I cannot do. I cannot sing. I can do a lot of things, but I cannot sing. Robin Beck? The 80s? I don't know. They had Goo Goo Dolls earlier, and I know that's not 80s. So even though it says the best of the 80s, I don't think it's all 80s song because Goo Goo. I know Goo Goo Dolls isn't. Yeah, I just had to wait for the hook. There it is. That's 80s. Yeah, I kind of okay. I kind of like Warrior Flesh for Wood. This looks really good. Kind of an oaky look, like an aged oak. I don't know if you can see that in the camera. Hold it up. I can dig it. I like that. It's really funny because I don't know why this makes me think of it, but here recently, within the last year, um, Pups and I have been working through like movies we've both seen, or one of us has seen that the other hasn't. And Pups loves horror films, and I very rarely like I don't like straight up slasher films, but there if it's a horror film that has like a dark fantasy overtone to it, I'll watch it because I've got a weakness for dark fantasy novels, comics, anything dark fantasy. I'm gonna pay attention to. So I asked her. I said, "So have you ever seen Nightbreed?" Which she hadn't. Um, so we sat down and we found I found it streaming. We sat down and watched Nightbreed, and it's good. Like, it's one of those movies you watch when you were a kid that influenced you growing up, and you can definitely see where it influenced me. Um, but it is cringy. Oh God, is it cringy? Ah, there we go. Val Kilmer just passed away, and where I heard, actually, no, 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 this isn't Val Kilmer. This is Breakfast Club. I was thinking of real. I don't know. Maybe this song was in Real Genius as well with Val Kilmer in it. I think it might have. I mean, this song was in a lot of '80s movies. This one was definitely in Breakfast Club. I do know that. Okay, I think I want to say it was in Real Genius. I remember growing up and watching Real Genius, and it's one of those movies you go back to, and it hits you completely different depending upon what age you watch it. But yeah, it's very sad. I mean, your heroes are going to pass away, but it was very sad hearing about Val Kilmer going. I watched him in the new Top Gun movie, and it was so great. They were able to have him in it, and I like that they kind of worked in his. He had throat cancer. That's why he finally passed, and they worked it in for his character Iceman to have it so he could play himself. And it's like a really touching scene with him and Maverick, kind of a goodbye. Um, and he actually like he had a line, and I was reading about how it was so hard for him to say it because it was so painful for him to speak, and he did it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm iffy about sequels and remakes and whatnot, and I like the new Top Gun. I thought it was good. There's some moments that I thought were like absolutely great. Very much enjoyed them. I think that's one of those movies that technically I was it called stream cheating with your spouse is when you watch a movie without them. I kind of I kind of stream cheated. You didn't miss much, just painting models and talking about 80s music and movies. I'm talking about the new Top Gun right now, which wasn't bad. I'm pretty impressed at this war how this warrior flesh looks on the Xenosol dry brushing for wood to make it look woodish. I kind of really dig it. Kind of really like it. Gives that church pew confessional feel, which is right up there with the Sisters of Battle. Oh man, sweet child of mine, Guns N' Roses. Um, I actually really liked the new Ghostbusters. The first one they did was really good, and then Frozen Kingdom was all right. It wasn't as good as the first one, but very few movies make me tear up. In the end of the new first the first new Ghostbusters, um, I teared up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. So I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the new one. Frozen Kingdom's good. It's worth a watch. The Frozen Empire, Frozen something. The new Top Gun is. I mean, if you're like if you're a dogfighting like jet nerd, it's good. It's worth a watch. I'll say that. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, I want to watch Top Gun 2 tonight, one night, but it's entertaining. A lot of callbacks, like a lot of but it's not a disappointment like Coming to America too. That was a straight up disappointment. I was excited about that. I love the first Coming to America, and I sat down with pups and watched that, and all that movie is just straight up callbacks to the first movie. It's like It's like trying to make money off the member berries. It's like, you remember? I remember. Yeah, this looks really good. I have to remember this for wood. This warrior skin. Good look. Sometimes you forget to get the underside of models, but you know, there's gonna be that one guy at a hobby shop that's gonna flip the model upside down. Be like, you didn't get this. Yeah. If you're that guy, don't be that guy. Don't be a dick. I remember when I first started learning playing Warhammer, we went to this little model shop. Um, that's actually the most fun is playing in this little shop. I think of is me and a friend of mine, God rest his soul, he passed away recently, Rooster. Um, Rooster and I, he played um God, name escapes me. What's the Imperial Infantry Guardsman? He played the Guardsman. I played Sisters of Battle, and that's some of my fondest memories of playing Warhammers with him because we did it the way the hobby's supposed to be enjoyed. We would go in and we do a game, and we talk about it afterwards and be like, okay, you know, I could have done stuff differently, and then we were like, hey, let's set up that same scenario again, and you do the exact same stuff because I got some stuff I want to try out. And he'd be like, yeah, sure, because we just loved playing the game, you know. And so we would go back and just play it and play the exact same match over again and just try new things like and we didn't like care who won or lost or anything like that. We just wanted to try new tactics with our army and get together and just, you know, we just had fun. And him and I would do that every Tuesday. And that shop had this annoying kid. Um we gave him the nickname Snowshoes because it could be the dead of summer and he's wearing these like muckluck, like thick ass, like fur boots. You know his feet are just like covered in sweat. Like, you know, we live in the South. It's blazing fucking hot. And he's walking around in these goddamn snowshoes. This kid, I mean, it sounds mean the way I'm talking about, but he was a total dick. So I don't really mind talking to him like this or talking about him like this because he was just a total dick. Um, he like the first time I ever talked to him, he's like, "Oh, what army do you play?" I'm like, "Oh, sisters." Why? That's what he said. He goes, "Why?" I'm like, because I fucking like them. He's like, "Well, they're not a very strong army right now." I forget what edition this was, but I know the sisters hadn't had a codex in forever. At that time, and it was back when they were all pewter, because like my entire sister's army is just pewter. Um, yeah, and this dick's like, why? Just straight up. I'm like, really, dude? Because I fucking like him, okay? But yeah, he was one of those guys that just he wanted to point out every flaw in your army. Um, when we were playing, he had his cell phone out and he would try to play. This sounds cool in theory, but he tries to play sound effects. Whenever we were like shooting las rifles and stuff at each other, or you know, whatever, for the game, and we finally eventually had to look at him like, dude, just chill, just stop. but that little shop was it was almost in the ghetto. And I remember because a lot of people played on Tuesday nights there, and he had like two, three Warhammer tables, and Rooster and I would take up one every Tuesday. And then there was a dude that was there, and he was playing this other guy, and he was learning. He just a new like thing came out for Dark Eldar because I remember he was playing Dark Eldar, and the other guy was just running the table on him and just beating his ass. And the dude was getting madder and madder and madder. And he like asked the dude for his codex, and he's like looking through the rule set, trying to find out if the dude can do what what he's been doing. And the guy's like, no, really, it's like in the rules and all this other stuff. And the guy's just getting angrier and angrier and angrier. And then Rooster and I we're just trying to play our game, and trying to not think about it. And the next thing we hear is him go, "This bullshit, man. I'm so sick of this shit, man. It makes me want to go out and get my gun and shoot everybody in the store." And we're like, "What the fuck?" And like instantly, we're stopping playing. Everybody's looking at this crazy kid he's not a kid. I mean, at the time he's probably in his 20s. Um, this crazy guy that just and this is not a good day and age to say something like that. Just straight up, he's like, "Yeah, I want to shoot everybody in the store because I'm losing a freaking game, dude." Talking about awkward, like Rooster and I looked at each other. We're like, "Yeah, we're just gonna pack up and we're just gonna kind of GTO, and get the fuck out of here." And the owner of the store is like, "Oh, come on, you don't have to leave. I'll kick him out. I'll kick him out." I'm like, you know what? That's just gonna make it worse because like that doesn't keep him out. You're just gonna piss him off. I'm not gonna be here when you kick this dude out and then come back pissed off. I don't want to be like it's sad to say this. Like I don't want to be on the fucking news as a victim. Jesus, my phone is blowing up all of a sudden. Yeah, no, it's so nice and professional. I'm sitting here like checking my phone. I know why the hell everything is going off. People wanting to know what I'm doing for a D&D game on Sunday. I'm like, I'm streaming right now. I will answer your D&D questions about if we're gaming on Sunday later. Probably gaming. Oh my god, Bonnie Taylor, Eclipse of the Heart. Really? Man, I haven't heard this song since someone set it to an anime AMV of like Yudasa Yatsura back in the day. Really interesting thing is if you ever watch the music video of this, like the classic music video of this, it's like what the fuck is going on? Like nothing makes sense as to what's going on in this music video. Um it's very very confusing. Didn't they have like a an episode of the Venture Brothers where someone was singing this at karaoke? Iconic song. Iconic song if you ask me. They had no other hits after this, but this song is going to live on. Oh, it just got really dark outside. Okay, I'm gonna have to start putting my phone on Do Not Disturb when I'm streaming, because like my phone can be quiet all day long. As soon as I hit going live, it just starts going off. It's like then everybody wants to talk to me. One thing I have noticed is painting these models with these speed paints, which I do like. I do really dig these Army Painter speed paints or contrast paints, however you want to say it. It's really less is more, you know? Like, it's going to take, you look at it, you go, oh, that's going to take about 3 coats. It's going to take a lot less than what you think it's going to take. Very, very much less is more. You got to use it a little sparingly. Like, you can be, if you can't be heavy handed with it, um, give it a small coat. Go back, let it dry, which it doesn't take long to dry. Let it dry, and if it needs another coat, give it another coat. Um, but yeah, you can really. Oh, thank God! I thought it was Vanilla Ice. It's under pressure with Queen. Oh, thank God. Someone out there's like, what's wrong with Vanilla Ice? Oh, David Bowie. Oh, beautiful, beautiful man. It's really funny. Like one of my favorite things of like David Bowie trivia is during the recording of the song Dance Magic Dance on the Labyrinth soundtrack. They couldn't get the baby to make the gurgling noises and the happy coos and everything like that. They were having a hard time doing it. And so David Bowie's just like, you know what? F it. F it. I'll ball. And he made the noises himself. So if you ever listen to the sound and it's like the baby cooing, that's David Bowie. Yeah, talking about music so much today, and I feel bad because if you come back and watch the VOD later, like I said, you're not gonna hear any of the music. But you can see what's playing. So I guess that I guess it's something. Getting a lot done today, surprisingly. It makes me a little happy. Just working through and getting my wood done. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it as I was saying it. Oh, cat's at the door again. Keep on scratching, but you can't come in. Dad, why have you forsaken me? I just want to love you. The funny thing is like he'll sit there and scratch the door, scratch the door, scratch the door, and you walk over and you open the door and he just looks at you like, "Hi." He didn't even want to come in. He's just like, "Hi." It's just he can't stand that someone's in the on the other side of a door from him and he can't like see them. Oh God, he thinks like pooping is like a team sport. You got to keep he's got to keep you company, you know. Because what if you get lonely while you're taking a deuce? You know, just wants to hold your hand, comfort you through it. A Toto, there we go. A little bit of Toto in here. Not rains in Africa, but still good. Oh, the nose is running really bad today. Hold on a second. While I mute. Yeah, I had to, I had to mute there. I don't think you guys wanted to hear me blow my nose. That's not an ASMR that's like very popular. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not. I don't kink shame. Let's see. Oh, flamer. No, I'm sitting here. I'm like, yeah, I should put wood on the flamer, but you know what? It's a thing that shoots flames. Is wood a good idea? Should you have wood handles on a flamethrower? It's 40K wood. It's like sci-fi wood, non-flammable. Maybe it comes from a planet where like wood doesn't burn. You don't know. Maybe. Don't judge. It's like, is this where you want to be, Joe Dirt? Is this where you want to be judging people? How's the line go? Is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back? Oh shit! I just one of those weird little like Kevin Bacon connection moments. I just realized the person that plays Joe Dirt's mom and Joe Dirt plays Carol, Pete's wife, in the new Ghosts TV series. Oh, if you haven't watched Ghosts, oh god, it's so funny. Oh, it's great. Pete's my he's my ghost best friend. I love Pete. Boy, poor Boy Scout D&D nerd. Really? Okay, I'm not gonna skip it. It's you two. I'll let it play. Pups is probably happy. I grew up in an Irish household, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're Irish. You must love you too." Nope. Overheard it. Heard it way too many times. So much. Every U2 song growing up. Good God, it's not like he just threw his body against the door trying to get in here. And someone in the chat's probably like, "Go love your cat. Go pet him. You go pet him now." He's honestly the best boy. He is. He's a little derpy, but he's a loving little cat. Little 20 freaking 25, 23 freaking pound Maine Coon. Not little. And I don't think he's ever been little. Even when he's a kid and he wasn't little. Let's see. Probably getting ahead of myself. But, oh, there we go. Man, I need to get some of these, some more of this Vallejo air stuff, because I actually do like these. Probably getting a little ahead of myself trying to do some edge highlighting. Nothing wrong with a little early edging. Yep, I heard it. You know, I heard it. I'm not ashamed of saying it. There we go. Bon Jovi, living on a prayer. I can already tell. Not even looking at the screen. As I heard that synthesizer. Like, yep. He was in the news recently. Apparently about someone who was about to unalive themselves by jumping off a bridge, and Bon Jovi saved them. Hmm, there we go. Mm. See that? If you notice that, that is what happens when you do not mix your acrylic enough. A little shaky, shaky, shaky wasn't enough. Hence the vortex spinner. Okay, that's a drawback about these songs. Is man, I want to sing so bad. Like it's some of these '80s songs. It's like you gotta want you want to catch the hook. You know. You know when I bought my speed paint set from Army Painter, it came with some mixing balls. I'm very tempted to put it in these damn air paints. Huh, now we got Toto Africa. I heard a metal version of this recently on YouTube's. I was a fan. A little ahead of myself by doing this, but it's okay. I'm gonna do some black lining right here because I've got a little bit of red that's bleeding into the black of the gun and it's driving me crazy. So, and it's okay to like jump ahead a little bit to get something that bothers you. I covered this before in another stream, but black lining is not really an advanced technique, but it's one that when you learn it early, it's really great. And what it is like think of like a comic book where if you had a red and a red if you had a red and oh well I mean a good example. But black lining like the Borderlands art style is where you have a black line typically between two opposing or two colors and have that like black line. Black lining is kind of similar to that, where you have the black of the gun, the red of the tunic, and how the red will kind of bleed into the black a little bit, especially if your hand's a little shaky. Black lining is taking a black, a good flat black, and you want to water it down on your brush, kind of like this, where you just mix a little water with it and you don't want a wash. You want something a little bit more opaque than a wash, and you get it a little watered down to where it's going to go into the recess, and you get it on. You get just enough on your tip, and then you go between the colors, and you just run a thin black line, and it's good for like contrast. Like right here, I'm going to run it between the metal here and the handle, and it's just going to be a thin black line, and it's a transition point is what it is. So a lot of people might consider it like an advanced technique. It's not really advanced. And it takes a little bit of getting used to. You got to know when not to use too much paint. But if you do it right, it can really be a good effect. And I'm jumping ahead. It's usually one of the last things I do, but I kind of in the mood to do it right now on this gun. And like I said, that's okay. You got to enjoy the hobby. So you got to do what you want when you want to do it. And right now, I just feel like blacklining the barrel of this gun because I want to know what it's going to look like. Especially where you got the sight meeting the barrel, running a black line there is a good separation point. And yeah, you could be a little heavy on your wash if you want to and like do the same desired effect, but you do it early when the wash just stacks on top of it, it's just going to be even darker. If that's the effect you want. Oh, the romantics. Man, they are pulling some of the old bands out. Well, of course, you know I am listening to Oldie Station. Kind of thankful I have a PNG tuber right now because if I was doing facial tracking, you guys would sit here and watch me paint, and my character's head would just be bobbing up and down with the music because that's what I'm doing. Hmm. Gonna do buttons on this tunic neck. Next. Takes a very steady hand, and I'm gonna hold my breath. So if I stop talking. Oof, breathe. Piano Man. I do apologize for being quiet, but I'm highly concentrating on these details and holding my breath a lot. Common trait between snipers and miniature painters: holding your holding your breath to steady your hands. Mm-hmm. Where's that? Flat flesh, pale flesh. Dark flesh. Go with the dark. Ah, dropped it under my table. I think you saw my beard for a second. Everything's falling apart. Hmm. All right. So it is a little bit past midday. So I'm going to take a quick break, walk around, stretch the legs, stretch my back. If you've been with me this whole time, I suggest you do the same thing. Get up, take some stretches, grab something to eat, something to drink, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'm also going to use the bathroom. So I will be right back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right. So I'm back. Apparently, I'm back to scorpions. There we go. Oh, had to run and grab something to drink real quick. So it's a little parched. And grab a little snack. These things are like freaking awesome. They're just 50 calories. That's pretty good. They're chicken beef jerky. Or chicken sticks. All right. Sure you guys don't mind me munching as I'm working. I know it's Friday night or Friday, and I'm kind of in the mood. I might stream later today. I might be cutting this one off at regular time, but I might try to stream later today. I'm a video game or some more painting or something. I'm kind of in the mood for it. Next week I'm probably going to experiment with different time slots. I want this time slot to work so much because it works with a lot of stuff that I want to do. Being being a stay-at-home dad, going to pick up my child or my spawn from school is or having the ability to do so or drop her off is very nice. Let's see if I can still. Yep. Oh yeah. Still wet. That's a good thing about a wet palette. Just a little bit of water. And yep. Paint comes back to life. Look at that. Or me. Ah, kiss. The biggest drawback to listening to 80s music while painting is I want to sit here and I forget I'm on stream and I just start singing. I hate singing in public. I was made for you, made for loving you, made for loving me. As I start singing. Enough. Hey, but what's the motto of Book of the Dead? Dare to suck. I definitely do suck at singing. I'm really gonna have to move this. I keep drifting left. I really need to move my camera over about maybe half a foot. As much as I want to drift. You know what? I'm not gonna use water this time. With a little bit of a flow improver. Just a couple of drops. Oh, there we go. Van Halen. Jump. One of my favorite books. It was a pretty decent movie, too. But one of my favorite books is Ready Player One. And those of you that have read it, if you haven't read it, you're doing yourself an injustice. You really are, because that is a fantastic book, full of references to the 80s. And the fact when the first trailer dropped for the movie, um, when the first trailer dropped for the movie, it was absolutely great because this song came on. And it was like, how iconic of the 80s can you get without Van Halen's Jump? Look at acrylic paint, dude. It dries so quickly. Especially when you work in such small amounts. Hey, Gabe. How you doing, buddy? I saw your message in Discord and I was about to say, I am streaming right now and cannot answer. Ladies are doing just fine so far. I'm working on the finer details of things. Listening and commenting on 80s music as I do it. I was just actually commenting and talking about Ready Player One and how if someone has not read the book Ready Player One, they are doing themselves a major injustice. Now I just lost my train of thought of what I was doing. Oh, CCR? Really? Okay, this I love this playlist now. So yeah, just working on details of these sisters. Hoping to have them done pretty soon because there's other projects I want to start. Might do some off-screen painting this weekend just to get them finished up. I will be sure to post any finished products on my Twitter um, or Instagram. If you are not following me on those, you should definitely. Right now, for those of you still new to the hobby, I'm doing a little black lining. Um, talk about that a lot. One of my favorite techniques. Just touching up a little of the areas, just doing a thin line of black paint, kind of thin down a little bit, just to do a little touch up and do a little color break. Moonstone. What Moonstone? I have not. What is this game? Miniatures game. Okay. Fantasy, sci-fi, both. Grimm's Fairy Tale. Okay. That's different. Minis are fun. Like dark fantasy fun, whimsically fun. Oh, neat. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, if you look, Gabe, I think I added you as an admin or a mod for this channel. Mhm. That's really funny. I think of this song because my ex roommate said it was roommate to Pups and I back in the day said she cannot listen to this song without throwing up for some reason. So that was very weird. It's the art on Messenger. Let's check these out. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Oh, those are cool. Okay, okay, I love the little gremlin on the back of the cannon. Oh, that's great. Oh, dude, look at those Fae. Oh, the butterfly wings. You say this is a new game? 2 years. Okay. You know what it hits me as? Very Brian Froud. Yeah. I was just talking about Labyrinth earlier. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I agree. Like, the more I read up and paint like these little skirmish games, like Kill Team and Trench Crusade and stuff like that, I think I'll steer towards those directions from now on. I don't think I'm ever gonna do another large scale army. I've seen some playthroughs. We should stream some we should stream on this channel some Trench Crusade or some like miniature games we do on TTS. That's what we should do. One night, Gabe, you and I should do a stream of you teaching me Trench Crusade. It would give me an excuse to work up a TTS background for the stream. Yeah, after meeting with board game boss yesterday, I'm gonna have to start scheduling a lot of things because I just got really busy myself. Hell yeah, White Snake. Yeah, this yeah, that's true. It's hard to wrap around the fact that on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, the video that has over almost 2,000, I think almost, yeah, almost 2,000 views right now is a 20-second clip of me saying my balls are stuck. That's my life now. Is that yeah? All right. I think a little bit of some washing, and she is going to be done. I've had some ideas. I really because getting into this, it's surprising to see the amount of VTubers that play Warhammer and other tabletop games. I really want to stream matches on TTS and do kind of like sports reporting for what's going on, like kind of like a Bob Costa type of thing for like miniature games. Yeah, I think it'd be a blast. So you have like two people playing, and you're just playing a sports reporter. I think that'd be hilarious. I know, highly, highly not necessary to thin down a wash, but I really don't want to screw up the flesh a little bit. There we go. Imagine if we did a Blood Bowl that way. We did a Blood Bowl tournament strictly online, and we did it as announcers. Okay, Bon Jovi, it's my life. This is not 80s. The soundtrack, this playlist was supposed to be the best of the 80s. This is not an 80s song. Good song, but it's not an 80s song. Yes, somewhere around there. Late 90s, early 2000s. No. It's the 2000s because I think it came out about the time because I know it was popular when Resident Evil Code Veronica came out. And the only reason I remember that is people were setting music videos to it. Okay, I just had it in my hands. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna switch to a bigger brush for this. Number three. Yep. Yeah, this is like the second non-80s song that's supposed to be on this 80s soundtrack. I think earlier, like much earlier, they played Goo Goo Dolls. I was just saying, like, I think here locally, Bon Jovi was in the news by saving someone that was trying to unalive themselves by jumping off of a pedestrian bridge. And he talked them down. He does, man, you're talking about not aging well all of a sudden? Boy, he looked rough. Super Tramp, there we go. Oh, speaking of games we're getting into, have you looked into Hunt Showdown? I've been thinking about getting into it for the channel because I've been wanting to play it for a while and trying it out, but you know me and PvP games, I'm not the best. Yep. Well, I mean, Hunt Showdown, I think it's a PvP versus PvE kind of extraction shooter set in a dark fantasy western, like, you know, very Malifaux esque environment. That's the whole reason I was drawn to it. Those of you that are new, popping in for a moment, checking me out. Uh, I am predominantly a painting channel. I do stream a little bit of video games, and right now I'm in a affiliate push. So trying to get to 50 followers. So if you can drop a follow, that'd be awesome. Yeah, yeah. I'm not going all over. I'm using it to to deepen the shadows a little bit and to get into recesses. And some of the and what I'm doing is a lot of the very vibrant shades. I'm using the darker tones here. I'm muting it a little bit to go into it, almost using it like a matte. Yeah, that's the biggest drawback. I've been researching like if I need to upgrade my camera, and right now I'm using like one of the best cameras, which I happen to already have, that everybody's using to start off with, unless they drop like 2 grand or 3 grand on the one that most like top name people are using. But there's only so much that you're going to be able to see on stream, and One thing about using washes is you got to remember to come back and hit your edge highlights again if you had some. Yeah, man. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good workout. Looking for a brighter brown. Oh, oh. Hmm. This one might need a little bit of love. Oh yeah, definitely. Some of these acrylic paints I have are a lot older, and they might need a little bit of flow improver dropped into the paint itself. And that's one good thing about acrylic paints is no matter how old, just give them a shot of flow improver or distilled water. I wouldn't use tap water. Tap water have impurities in them. And we're gonna use the vortex mixer. It does weird things to the camera. All right. Looks like before my next stream, I'm gonna have to swap out papers. So, good thing is when you throw a wash on, uh, You just don't want to leave it. You want to take either two good practices with washes. Let me see if I can pull one of these out. There we go. Two good practices. One is if you're going to cover an entire model with a wash, before it completely dries, take a makeup sponge like this and hit the surfaces like anywhere the sun or the light would hit, and soak up that wash a little bit. That way, you get your highlight back. Or you can do what I'm about to do. And I don't know if you can see it, but like on her pistol pouch here, lost a little bit of the highlight due to the wash I put on it. So I'm going to just take a little bit of a lighter brown after I thin it with some distilled water. Just take a little bit. You don't need a lot. Right on the tip of your brush. Grab my point. And you're going to go through. And you're just going to hit that edge. Give it a little bit of an edge highlight because we all have pieces of leather material or clothing, and what happens when they get worn out? The edges get lighter. So you just want to go do a little bit of edge highlighting. And you want to hit the edges where the sun's going to reflect. Where did I put that bronze? Ah, there we go. Tell us bronze. Actually, oh, I might have another. Uh, I know I have some Vallejo metallics in here. There we go. They might already be out on the table. Oh, there's one. Got a brass one somewhere. There we go. It's so brass, it's called brassy brass. Actually, I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna have to go through and start putting paints back. My paint drawers are empty. All of them, damn near all of them, out here on the table. There we go. Look at that. Look at that shiny. Oh, very shiny. It wanted to come out. Loop. A little bit of distilled water. And I'm just going to use this. Probably didn't need that much. Definitely didn't need that much. I'm just going to use this to edge highlight the bronze I have on her, which is going to be up here. And like right here at the top of the fleur de lis, at the top, at the mast of her head, we're just going to hit the round here a little bit. Just the top of the florals. Like you're not repainting the whole thing. You're painting the shine from the light. Here's the tough part. The edge of her crown that goes around her head. It's going to drive me crazy. But I need just to get the barest edge. And make sure my point is good. Because it's already a lot of small detail, and to get even smaller detail. Always winning, man. Always winning. How you doing today? Oh, that sounds rough. You definitely lay down and take a nap, man. So just getting a little bit of edge highlighting done on this other model. That's a talent that everyone should develop. Practice with edge highlighting, especially with these minis. Like along this, you definitely want to do it a little bit along the scabbard. Then a little bit more. Get you a good detail brush for this. All right. Sorry yet again for being quiet, but it's a lot of holding my breath doing these edge highlights. because I'm at the stage right now where I might screw up hours of work. What are you working on? Ooh, I love the details of those models. Are you by priming, are you rattle canning it? Nothing wrong with a little rattle can priming, but I will be honest, I'm spoiled with my airbrush. Ever since I started like priming with my airbrush, I won't go back to rattle can. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I live in an area where during the winter, man, it gets so cold. So there's no priming outdoors during the winter. You either get all your priming done during the summer and you stockpile, or you just don't work. You don't do it. Trying to find what I used. Brown. Yeah, I think I used the bony matter. See, that's what I miss. I miss painting with friends, and that's one reason I started this channel is to have a place where whenever I'm painting, everybody has a place to go and paint with somebody they know. Came out a little chunky. That's weird. Yeah, after stream, I bet I'm gonna change this paper. Yeah, that's the reason I've been having these. I'm gonna be having these art meetups starting off every Monday, every Friday. Hopefully, doing it more during the week later on. But that's pretty much the idea is to have a place where you can come and paint, and we can chat. And if anybody needs any help or anything like that, they can always ask me in chat, and hopefully I can show it to them as I'm painting. Like if they want to know how to do something, because I've got my paints in hand, and I can show them what anything that they're curious about. Getting a little bit of the speed paint down on the base, just for future applications. I'm gonna do like a grassy peat-like bog, or muddy field-like effect to these bases. So getting this bony, mossy color down, and then probably dry brushing it with a light green later once dry. Paint ash for bases. This dark terrain stuff would be great, and because it's 100% paintable once it's dry. Doing that and hitting it with like a ghost, like a ghost gray, or like a mid-tone gray, letting it dry, and then dry brushing it would get you a pretty close ashy effect, I think. If I'm understanding what you're trying to do. I want to be lazier with it. Um, I think the same company that makes this. Oh, let me get that. Makes this stuff, this dark earth terrain. I think they have a snow one that will come out kind of white. Um, and then if you prime it once it's dry, if you prime it black, um, prime it black, hit it with a dry brush of white and gray real quick. That might get you the texture you're looking for. But yeah, I think they make a snow effect one. That's a good idea. Ooh, yeah. I've seen some like Age of Sigmar vampires here lately on Twitter that are just totally sick how they've been doing the armors. This one guy did like a blood um he did a blood, well not like a dark blood red for the armor, and then transitioned it with a sponge into like a highlighted orange at the edges. Oh, it's so good. I was impressed. Ash and lava effects are so fun to paint. Lots of oranges. I'll do the flesh on this one real quick. That sounds good. The dark red with a gradient. Oh, I bet it was. Dark reds are great, man, but when you want to gradient them up, it takes so much white to lighten it up. Yeah, reds just want to soak up the color. Good thing is, speaking for a lot of first time model painters or miniature painters, don't get a rush on doing flesh tones. If you want a smooth flesh surface, do one thin coat, like I'm doing here. Just do a thin coat and then let it dry completely, and then do another. You'll get the effect you want, guaranteed. Key thing is don't get into a rush. Let the paint dry between thin coats. And if it's not driving fast enough for you, there's always the always the hair dryer trick. It's so absolutely hilarious to hear my cat desperately trying to get into this room. And no, I'm not leaving him alone. My partner is here. He can easily go to her for attention, but no. He is desperately trying to break into this room. he he thinks he's the star of the show. He insists upon himself because he's a 23-pound Maine Coon. Oh, what did I do wrong? Why two U2 songs in one day? That is, there's not enough difference between these two. That's dark flesh, that's flat flesh. I'm like, come on now. Yeah, I'm kind of digging the '80s music while I'm painting. Might have to keep up with this. It's kind of nice. It's keeping me inspired, keeping me focused. Haven't found. I'm looking for. Get some glazed medium going. Oop, oop. that makes me a little happy. Radio Gaga by Queen. On the radio. Oh, I wonder if you guys heard those knuckles crack. Oh, stretch it. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to move and shift my camera over to I think about right here because I keep drifting to the left and getting out of the camera shot. So I think if I move it over about a foot, will be good, which is fine. Then I can move my computer over. It's the mic that'll be the problem. But I mean, I don't know. I'll make it work. We'll do it live. We'll make it work. All right. Now for my little trick of how to do eyes. Easy. I learned my lesson last time. Keep pencil lead out of the wet palette. Speaking of the 80s, this song was made and written for the Rocky 5 soundtrack. The one where he fought Ivan Drago, played by Dolph Lundgren. So, how I usually do eyes, I think I've covered this before. I take a pencil lead from a mechanical pencil and file it down to a very, very sharp point. And once the paint's dry, give it a few blows. You just go in and about where the pupil should be. Give yourself a little iris. There we go. Now I can breathe again. And typically what I do is once I get um once I get those in, give it a blow again. Get me some of my glazed white or light flesh, as it were. Roll me a point. And that should I hate it when I get stray hair in the tip. There we go. Make a little bit of a noise here. See if we can fix that up. Oop, oop. Alright, we're gonna finish. We'll be wrapping up here in just a second. If I find. Hmm. Losing my mind. Alright, bear with me 1 second while I find someone to raid. And we are gonna end this stream pretty soon.